Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Jimmy. How's you? How's house? How's Monday? I'm getting ready for the trip. a little tired this morning and I somehow lost my voice again. I don't know how. But I'm okay. I'm doing pretty good. No coffee. Somehow I have cola instead this morning. I don't know if that's gonna keep me awake, but I'll take what I can get. You left for a bit. What happened? Nothing much happened. I just started. The countdown just, well, reached 0, and I'm here. Quality option only a source 720 60. Isn't that like the Twitch side of things? Question mark? Or is it my side of things? May the trip go better than the preparing. Health not get worse. Yeah, I hope so too. How much did I miss from the time I left? I am now in the underwater level, and I was bitching about it quite a bit because I don't like underwater levels. But yeah, I am now there. Underwater levels. It just makes me feel so floaty. I don't like it. Raft layer? I don't know what that is called, to be honest. Maybe? It's just underwater. It's full of water. I don't like it. Also, I hope today will be less laggy than yesterday. You know what I mean? I hope. Also, let me check if the stream closed captioner is working. What do you mean water? What do you mean water? What do you mean? What do you mean water? It's just water. You know, underwater. The level after I got whiplash. Eh? Ring a bell? Ring a bell? Hopefully. Yeah, water. Yeah. See, water. Wait, water. Yeah, water. It is water. And please don't tell me there's more underwater stages. No. Okay, I'll drink. I've been bucket at the. There are like 5 things I want to say. Can I tell you the location of one very fun thing? Is it like a secret or some shit? One secret, I guess? Yeah? Okay, just that one. Just that one, because you did say it's very fun. Yeah. Let me open up the game real quick first. Give me a second. Getting ready for it. I'm bracing for it. Ultrakill. Close this. Hey. I was playing a bit of Slay the Spire last night. Fun. Was this here before? In V2 Fight 2? Isn't that like a few stages back? The one that I really try hard on. You know, trying to like rail coin the boss. The hallway with 3 doors. There's a blue skull on the right. Near it is water. Huh? If you shoot the water with a rail cannon, shut a door. Oh, you mean the puzzle that is ultimately pointless, that stage? Or the other one? V2 fight 2. Wait, which one do I fight as V2 fight? V2 fight 2 is the one that I got whiplash? The second fight. Oh, so just the stage before. I can go take a look. Oh, can I not choose my stage? Oh, there it is. New name, who this? Kobo. This Tylra. Hi, Dab. I figure it's gonna cause a lot of confusion when I first change my name. It's totally fair. But I just kind of want to change the name, you know, like, because I'm more represented as like Heckin. Oh, sorry, not that one. As Heckin Kobold than my cryptid. How the card game run go? I finally got my first run completed with the Drifter. The Drifter, you know, with a lot of Eurobeat going on. It needs lux to win, no matter how good the player. Yeah, very. It definitely depends on luck. Lots of luck. Hi, Rocket. Is it Imperfect Hatred? Clear this Hilaire, right? P rank. Everything has a P rank here. Yep, TTS works. It's back. Okay, I might need to like get back my groove because it's the next day. I don't think I'm good. Bye. Bye. Think? Okay, I think. Copy. Hope you two have a good night. Just stopping by. Okay, thanks for stopping by. A powerful druid that sticks to an enemy that deals damage over time. The druid causes the enemy to bleed continuously with extra healing range. Oh, base rail cannon. Okay. So this one. Only this one. Sorry, I didn't mean to press the right click. God damn it. Oh, it's this stage. Okay, this is the one? 3 doors? Oh, only 2. Left door is this one? No. Look inside. I'm looking. Wait, no, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a blue skull. Thanks, Rocket. Grab it? Oh. Kitty! It's Kitty! Oh my god, it's hamster. I'm gonna cry. Oh, shoot the water. Okay. The heck? What just happened? Everyone throws stuff at Kobo? What? Oh, hi Onyx. Oh, but why are you throwing stuff at Kobo? I mean, unless it's shiny, then yeah. Hmm. Me throws. Oh no, is the bot dead again? Really? Huh? Alternate version will change the weapon's base behavior. They can be equipped at the shop. I got a new gun. What is this? Oh. Oh, it's a nail gun. Also, give me a second. I'm gonna restart Cloudbot real quick. I'm gonna assume that there's a lot of things that's just gonna like get bricked because I changed my username this morning. I changed my username this morning, so it's probably gonna cause a lot of trouble, I'm pretty sure. So give me a second. Clubbot, okay, Clubbot. I restarted Clubbot. You were severely confused? Well, yeah. Changing names. This is a lore room, by the way. This one? I only see Gap. Hi. Oh, are you Mino? We're not doing anything so far. Oh god. How about Boopin? Yeah, Boopin works. It's just not the shout out for whatever reason. The corpse of King Sisyphus is hanging on the wall. King Sisyphus. Where? I can't see shit, it's so dark. Oh, you mean this one? That's a... I can barely type BO. I mean, like, the streamer has no delay. I don't know why, but the two kings are like, really big. I mean, we fought Minos with like my pro strategy of I won the fight with this. Good times. Oh yes. Oh. Oh, it bounces infinitely? Oh no, just multiple times. Okay. So nothing much I can do here other than just like a bit of a lore, right? And of course a new gun. Unless I can explode that thing. Hi, Breen. I forgot to open a voice meter. Alright, there we go. Enjoy the fucking whole pee pee poo poo. A stinky poopy mic. Someone just ordered the cloud I shall return from. All good. Also, hi, Breen. Been a while. How you doing? Do I still have nails? Oh no. Oh no. Ow, ow, ow. Ah, ow. Do I have to fight V2 again? Gosh, I might have to fight V2 again. No, I learned how to do it. Give me a second. Yeah, there. Oh, I'm so fast. Yeah, hopefully there's a lot less lag this time, because I did sort of change a little bit of like performance stuff on the NVIDIA control panel. I prefer maximum performance, I think. Yeah, I changed it. Please text that check. Yeah. They were last seen front mission. Yeah, Breen amazing. Best sneak. Well, not the best sneak, but best sneak still. Yeah, because there are multiple stakes out there. But still, best sneak. Alright, 37 health. I'm pretty sure I got this. Ow! Yeah, this is hard. I forgot how I won. Where's my coin? Oh god, I don't know how to fight anymore. How did I win yesterday? How did I win? Alright, coin fight. Ay! It's so hard. Okay. Hi Shredder, Stinky. He really just called me to say, yeah, this is my clown guy. You can leave now and kicked you out. Based, you know what? I respect you for respecting that. Hello, Hello, Stinky. Don't worry, it's a good friend. Okay, good.
Confetti noises.
Oh. Oh, that works. Oh. Whiplash builds out hard damage. Oh, yeah. Hey, Warren, I'm go Stinky here. I'm a Stinky Dirk. Well, you're a Stinky Dirk. See? No more lag. No more lag. Look at that. No more frame rate. Stinky like newly ordered books. Oh, you don't like that smell? I kind of like it, right? So now I can bump up something. Somehow this works. I'm surprised. Oh, I'm probably gonna need VSync for this. If I want VSync, then maybe we should lower the scaling. Yeah. Yeah, somehow there's no more lag. Somehow. I don't know how I don't know how that changed so much, but I'll take it. Reach the boss gate in under 18 seconds. That doesn't sound too hard, does it? Oh, it is Raph, okay. Attractor. Alternate, unequipped, equipped. Oh, alternate is this. And the equipped is this. Oh! Fun. Why is it a little dark? You know what? I'm gonna... There. I have maximum brightness. I'm cheating. Whiplash. Mushroom friend. Mushroom friend. Friend. Yeah. Yeah. Something about mushroom in games just kind of adorable. Can never go wrong with that, huh? But then I saw some mushrooms in real life. They just... I mean, of course I saw mushrooms in real life. The edible ones. But, like, out in the wild, I kind of fear them. For whatever reason, they scare me. Especially when the mushroom takes over people. Let's not talk about that. The mushroom takes over people? In the wake of Poseidon. Feels good. In fiction, often? True. In fiction. Like, there's even like a demo of a game that I played recently. Oh, hi! I don't know if it's actually like NSFW. I don't think it is. It's the same developer who made Changed, the game. It's called Silenced, I believe. It's only released a demo. I haven't finished it. Game looks very interesting. It's like a puzzle game more. It's like a puzzle game. It's puzzle game, slow paced, something like Crave the Necrodancer, but no music. You know, you don't move according to music, but you have to plan out your every single move. So it's like quite interesting, I would say. Not bad. I kind of like it. Like Bird, yeah, kind of like Bird, but hard mode Bird. I personally feel like the puzzles are a little hard for me. So I feel, you know, I'm never good with puzzles, so there we have it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay, there we go. Is it that one? Yeah, that one. Silenced. From the same developer of Changed. I feel like the game is kind of interesting. At least personally, I feel like the game could be fun. If I can handle a little bit more of puzzle, then yeah, the game is not bad. Oops, didn't mean to jump here. I think just counter the laser. Ow. I don't care. I'm here to punch you. Demo downloaded, nice. The speed. I almost did it though. Hi Seer. Oh, what a tongue. Am I getting leaks? Oh, wow. Hi Seer. Welcome. Speed. No more enemies? Cool. The underwater parts looks relaxing. As long as the room isn't just land with swimming section. I do kind of wish it doesn't muffle the music though. Because there's actually music going on in the background and it just sort of like downplays the composer a little bit. Not fully relaxing because pew pew with rankings, but as relaxing as it gets. That is actually true, yeah. Okay, let me try this. So dash jump, dash dash jump, slide jump. The muffing adds to it. To the underwater feel? It does. But I just kinda don't like the music, you know, I prefer music. But then again, each to their own, to be honest. Can I pull it in? Ooh. No. Different people has different preferences. I can definitely respect that. Pew pew pew. Is it gonna explode me? Oh, it's just okay. See, you listen, the saxophone is so good. I like it. Bonk. 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 Uh-oh. Bonk. Bonk. Bang. Bonk. Bang. Oh, I know this one. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Bong. Oh, where's that one? I found you. Oh my god, oh my god. What are you doing? Bong. Didn't say yesterday, but I like how the combat music sounds like the same track but combat, no jarring yourself either song. Yeah, I think that is actually very fucking brilliant. I love that. Like the what is it again? The dynamic music instead of just like two entirely different soundtrack plays and switch around every moment when there's like every moment between non-combat and combat. I think that's a little you know. Too much information for my ears, and my ears feels like it might be overwhelming. So I think this is actually brilliant. You know, add breakcore to it when it's combat, and then relaxing like this when it's non-combat. So good. Everything, it's almost like everything done well in this game. It's crazy. Don't touch any water. Yeah, funny. Don't touch any water. Funny in the underwater stage. Wow. Sliding onto water will cause one to skip across its surface? Huh? Ooh, look at the shading. Flowing music is what makes games these days so good. If only AAA games adopted the idea more commonly. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Oh, if only, if only. Gosh, if only. It's such a good idea. Can I jump into water? No, I think that's gonna kill me. Let's not do that. Is that? Oh goodness. You want me to you want to fight here? I thought I can do it. What? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. No. Bye-bye. Yeah. There you go. Mommy likes it. Seems like a choice of style to me. I also like what Octopath Traveler does. That makes transition for important moments, but other music just switches around. Fair point. It does different... It does... Yeah, different game has different style. You're right. Nuh-uh. Hi? What? I see. Book. Oh god. Fine. Okay. Except from Ferryman's diary, some calamity has struck the mortal world. What once was the river Styx has now grown to an unfathomable ocean. A million weeping souls pouring in each day to the shores that the shores can barely contain. A tearful tide spilling over at each end, bow to stern, crying for mercy, begging for safe passage. But not all souls can pay, and these old hands can only take so many coins. Then one day, the current shifted, wave after wave for minutes on end of millions, billions, as though the throat world was cut wide and the head wrenched back to speed the pole. It's hard to read. I didn't have time to react. The weariness from my ceaseless work claimed me as I slipped beneath the roiling sea into the depths of the ocean Styx, my fate sealed by the crushing masses of endless bodies. And suddenly there was a light as brilliant as the Lord himself, ushering me from the darkness with mighty arms that held me with such compassion. Sorry, I didn't drink coffee. I'm probably gonna yawn a lot this stream. Let's go. No, just because I didn't have coffee, I'm just gonna keep yawning. But I'm not like sleepy. I'll drink later. Compassion and worth as I have never known. Be not afraid, sinner. Your devotion to God shows goodness in you, plentiful indeed. The heart is willing, but the body must rest, lest you squander one of Lord's creations. His gentle words eased the pain and mended my wounds, my face wet with tears of relief, my words muffled by the weight of my duty. I could only lay in reverence, carry in the embrace of majesty. Radiant is Gabriel, for he is the light in my darkness. Remaining text irrelevant. It's Gabriel again. I will finish my coffee. Oh no. Ow! Oh god. Did that work? The variety of how it works in Dead Cells, they've come so fast in both games. I never played Dead Cells, but I think I saw I think it was Snake who played it a little bit. Looks fun. Oh. Oh god, why? Ow. Hi. I love that. Nail gun is great. Uh-oh. One health. I'm so bad. Alright. Come here. Ow! Really? Ow! Okay, just come here, bitch. This is how we do it. Boom. Boom. Get up, please, and thank you. What are you doing? Uh-oh. What? Holy shit, am I supposed to get in? That's so far. I need a red one. Oh, oh, is it over there? Nuh-uh. Oh, wait. Ugh. 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 Works in my book. The kick. Nice. Alright, easy. Wow. The hand sticking out adds to the vibe. What is this? Hen. Oh! I want it. Ow. My ears are bleeding. This game is a lot darker than I initially thought. Like yesterday, it didn't seem that dark to me. Or maybe because I have... Today is more sunnier than usual, I guess, so that's why. I don't think there's anything else here. Dark in themes or brightness dark? It's brightness dark. Oh, this is cool. If I break this as a fight, right? Can I choose not to? Oh my god, I don't like when I can't even see them. Are you a ferryman or are you a fairy god? Oh. Okay. Alright, okay. I see how it is. Oh yeah, malicious is great. Man has been made in God's image or something like that. Oh, is this guy the one in the book that mentioned, like, you know, sticks and everything fall into the river Styx and then just like maybe it's that guy. We start with this one. Blue cannot parry. I will parry your shit. I'm gonna get you. First it can be parried. Can I really not parry yellow? I thought I can parry yellow. I'm gonna parry that shit. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. There we go. Ooh, it's so tight. Ingrilomure, huh? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Oh, that's really hard. I want to do it. I want to do it. I really want to do it. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. You probably have to constantly move in circular motion. Yeah, I definitely have to. But I'm just trying to parry him, that's why. Don't feel it, to be honest. Oh. Well, whatever is ailing you, I hope you better soon. Oh. Eh. What? Come on. Okay, fine, I'm not doing it anymore. Alright, let's fight. I missed. Oh, okay. I see what I mean. Ow! No! Nah. Oh my god, I have to fight all. Oh god, okay. All good. You almost won. You're sick in this exam? Oh god. He'll give you the coin. I did try to give him the coin multiple times. Or maybe from here. That actually works? Wait, that actually works? But the frame in the myths you need to pay him to cross, else you're stuck in the banks. Oh. Whoa! That's so... What? No way, that's so cool. Yeah, I didn't think to implement that shit. But I want to fight him though. Egyptian mythology. Oh. Okay, let's finish this and then let's go back. Just don't shoot him. Well, don't worry, I can shoot him all I want, honestly. See that? Because of this thing is protecting them. I don't know what the statue is, but it looks like someone's hugging a baby. I can shoot him. Don't worry about it. Just don't break this. Following the story, you may be finding Anubis soon. I hope he's hot. Okay, let's finish this. Maybe that's a achievement. No achievement. I got a dad. I got a dad ring. Challenge: don't fight the fair. There it is. I unlocked it. All right, let's restart the stage again. Oh, I feel like I cheat my way out. No, I have to fight that one. That was 5-3, right? I think. Or 5-2. You won. I lied. I cheated. That was not real. Anubis actually is the one who rules the underworld. Yeah, I always hear like Anubis is like a huge figure, but I never thought like god of underworld, I guess. Help. Hmm. That's a huge skill issue right there. There we go. Not gonna camp, but think you. I mean, I'll take it. Thank you. No. What? Why did I hurt so much? Oh. Uh-oh. Spin it more. Why is it suddenly so hard? Cool, right? This game is too good. It's the best I could do. No more. I mean, it's the best that the character could do. Ultra ricochet. How did I get past this one just now? Oh. Bye-bye. By spinning? I guess. You heard steam. Yep. Oh. Right. Look at this gooper. The gooper. I've been blessed. Oh my god, it's numbers. Hi. I've been blessed by red. Oh, oops, sorry. There, okay. Planning on getting 2 more if I can. Want to get 4 boys total. I've been looking out to your red posts. They're great. Do I call you Ingrail? Or Muir? Mure? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Thank you. Ingy, okay. I never seen this stream before. Yeah, I have 1.5k points. You know what? It happens to me as well. When I go lurk at someone, yeah, I lurk at someone else's channel and then just like woke up and I go sleep and then woke up. It's like, why did I have like 1k points on this channel that I never watched before? No, very curious. Nope. Nuh-uh. What? Help. Where boop redeem? It's there. The boop redeem is there. There really is. Look at it. The boop. Oh. Don't do it. I told you don't do it. Book. Hey, man. What? I missed. Nuh-uh. Help. Wah. No. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Sad to think you're breaking the image of the Holy Mother, which is Mary. Mary? Oh. I'm breaking the... Is that what the statue is? How goes the ultra killing? Great. Loving it. I'm suffering a little bit, but I'm having fun. Oh, wow. Ow! Nobody wants to discuss religion here. All good. Just enjoy the game then. Ultrakill is great and the music is amazing. Yeah. Pew, pew, pew. Get up. Boom. Nope. Ow. I mean, it seems like we're against like angels and everything in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, that's the thing that I'm destroying. I can't see shit. There we go. Just you wait. Oh. You not. Thank you. I think I just exploded myself. Please die. Oh my god, numbers, thank you. Hoping the next part comes out soon.
TTS not randomly breaking every few minutes from new name. That's good.
That's good, yeah. How you doing? Hi. Uh-huh. Uh-oh, I'm bad. There we go. Ship. Nothing wrong with the occasional self-exploding. Sounds about right. Nice. You love a good old point blank punch plus shotgun. No, I want Hank. There, I'm taking Hank with me. I missed. Whoa, shit. No. Pay the ferryman? No, I'm trying to fight the ferryman. I already paid it. Now I just need to, like, win the fight. Hi, Brecky. Oh. I will drink coffee. How you doing, Becky? Frame will kill, yeah. Well, I'm a machine. I'm trying to kill everyone here in this game. Oh my god. That looks cool. Breggy is cool. Where does the robot even get their ammo? The frame apparently adores the statue. I think it's just about the game where I'm trying to destroy all angels here. And if I see someone destroy the only thing that protects me, I think I will be aggressive as well. Oh! I don't believe it. It's kind of the aim. Oh my god. They always roll when you're close to me and then get behind me. Like that. Ugh. Three men too fast. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm actually stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. How the fuck am I stuck? I am pressing what the fuck? What the fuck? Help! Excuse me? What was that? the moment you lose a lot of health in the first fight, you're fucked in the second. I can always heal if I'm close to him. Like, the gimmick of this game is that you have to bathe in blood to heal. So you have to like go close range and shoot them to heal. That's why you see that I keep trying to go close to them. Oh yeah, let's not do that anymore. Whoa, where's my heal? I'll wait for the next one. Hi, Ryuki. Yeah, I'm on the boat level. Oh my god. Yeah, very cool. Oh, why can't you just not jump up? Can I not wall jump? How's the game so far? Heckin' amazing. I'm just trying to retry this fight because apparently you can just give a coin to Ferryman and just like, you know, skip the fight. But I don't want to. And I want to fight him. So here I am trying to fight Ferryman. Hope you're doing good, Ryuki. This is so jank. There we go. There we go. Alright, GG. Yeah, I'm giving Ferryman my coin and some additional bullets. But for real, you can just like toss a coin to the Ferryman and Ferryman just like, yeah, you can go. It's so cool. I did that just now. It's like, yeah, I can just like, don't fight the ferryman. That's how you do it. This game cool, very cool.
Confetti noises.
Confetti noises. I want a new gun. Oh. Oh! 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 Ooh! Classic. Classic is just one color. Inverse? Nice. Okay. Chip of fools? Alright. Let's try my old strats.
Plays Buddy Holly guitar riff by Weezer as a boss music.
Is that... Is that what it is? I don't know. Oh god. Explosion! Yeah! More! Never enough! Explosions! Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I love my old strategy of just face tank rocket launcher. Yeah! Boom! Explosion! Yeah! Ow. Ow. Huh? How did I die again? I'm casting spell. Explosion! That's a spell, right? Boom! 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 Oh, I love that. I miss my old playstyle, other than just trying to learn the game. Who learns the game where you can... Why learn the game where you can just face rocket? Hey, how you doing? Ow. Nuh-uh. 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 Yay! Oh! I killed Ferryman. I'm gone.
Emotional damage!
I'm gone. Ding. Always love a good old maximum dink. Yeah, Ferryman did. Ooh, thanks for the pets. Stinky. Yeah. Explosion. Boom. How you doing? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Okay, let's play the game. Stink up the cobalt? No! Hey, how you doing? And then... Pew! Bang! Nah. Ichi. Megumin? Megumin. I assume that sounds like a Japanese name. Memory is foggy, so sorry if this repeated greeting. Okay. Oh, all the pets. I love the music though, holy shit. Wasn't there like another door around? Ow! What? Where you come from? Boom! Oh! New art idea, Kobo with a shotgun. That sounds really good. Slurp the snake. Wait. Oh my god, its numbers is snake? Snake good. I have my own snake character as well. Like a snake 3D model. I have a snake, a dragon, a kobo, and a cryptid. But then I fight with the kobo a lot, so I am mainly kobo snake mummy shotgun. I mean, I think I have like a very rough, like I just sort of put the picture together, a render after render. Let me see if I can find it. But if you want dragon and also kobo, here's a picture for y'all. I mean, I rendered this for fun. Looks good enough in my book. I cannot find it. Snake DDs. There it is. XCOM Torque. Yeah, Torque is great. I played XCOM Chimera Squad just for her. Where did I put the picture again? Shit, I forgot where I put it. Is it like outside here somewhere? I know it's not here. No, not this one. This is my kobo. This is my. Where's my snake pictures? I think I put pictures on too many places. I don't even remember where I put my snake pictures already. I did not. I mean, I can try to go to my Twitter and find it. I want to show my snake. I want to show my snake. Alright, give me a second. And by give me a second, by give me a lot of seconds, or even minutes, when I try to find a picture. Profile. It's probably gonna. I mean, I didn't post as much, so it shouldn't be that hard to find. Hi, Tingte. Media. Sorry, that's not the right one. I mean, I made all these models on my own, so yeah, I had fun making them. I do plan on making more models, I think. I mean, if I want, I've been thinking about making a new character. A new character for myself, like a fifth one, but that's definitely gonna be the last one. I've been thinking of Frill Lizard because I love Frill Lizard. So yeah, maybe. I mean, it's not the best, but here's one. Definitely the last one. Don't call me out like that. I mean, yeah, here's my snake. There's no like full pictures that I have, and I don't know. I don't like I either hypnosis eyes for her because why not? Right. Why not? Why not? But yeah, no full picture. But if you want, I could just open up Blender. You know, if I want, I could just open up Blender. But no, because I feel like if I open up Blender, I don't want my PC to just break. But yeah, here's the snake. Not the best, but it's my snake, and I love the snake. Oh wait, did I? Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Don't move. Why are you so high up? Tylra, your models are labors of love and awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I do enjoy making models. And I'm glad you guys love it too. I want to make a Frill Lizard. I don't like that. We'll see how we just started. Model or this game? If it's modeling, then oh boy, modeling. Oh fuck yeah. It's very hard for me. I don't even understand how basic perspective and what's the word again? Oh god. Body structure. Body proportion. There it is. Like you're gonna have you're gonna have strong perspective and also sense of proportion to make a 3D model look right. Because I remember when I was making my first ever model, everything looks off. You know, shoulder too broad, no neck or something like that, and the head too small, body too big. That kind of problem. The proportions. Oh dear. But honestly, of course, the first time is gonna be hard. That's why you're gonna make more. That's why I'm gonna make more. But I'm scared. I cannot be scared. I need to get back into doing art soon. And yeah, that's. You know, it's only normal for it to be hard. Oh. Hi Zoe. Name change? Yeah, I changed my name. I just hope it didn't cause too much confusion. I mean, it did cause some confusion for my like softwares and shit. But yeah, all good. Welcome in. Ow. How you doing? Hi. Hi. Well. Maybe announcements of the new name on social media could help too, just a bit. Oh yeah, true. Never thought of that. I'll do it. I haven't posted about it on anywhere. Maybe even on Discord, I guess. I mean, of course I need to say it on my own Discord channel. Secret? Oh, secret! Where even am I? Oh, I'm in the starting area. Alright. Explosion! Yeah! Yeah. Don't even try it. There has to be something here, right? I love explosions, they're great. Oh god, alright. Time to go. Wow. Nice. Up the loads of Daka? What's a Daka? Huh. Or orc word for lots of gunfire. Oh, power pew pew. Oh, okay.
The heart is willing, but the body must rest, lest you squander one of the Lord's creations. Be not afraid, sinner. Your devotion to God shows goodness in you, plentiful indeed. The heart is willing, but the body must rest, lest you squander one of the Lord's creations. Be not afraid, sinner. Your devotion to God shows goodness in you, plentiful indeed. The heart is willing, but the body must rest, lest you squander one of the Lord's creations.
Don't worry about it.
Be not afraid, sinner.
Don't worry about it.
Your devotion to God shows
Dumb
goodness
ads re. Sorry about that. Yeah, I do have ads going on here.
squander one of the Lord's creations.
Quite a lot of them. I have ads run on. Oh, I can always tell. I can always say afterwards. Once the ad break is over. But yeah, sorry about the ads. It does kind of help my channel a little, help my channel out a little bit. Oh my god. Ow!
Your devotion to God shows goodness in you, plentiful indeed. The heart
Ducker. Yeah, I have the power of Ducker. Let's try again. Oh my god. Ow! Oh, This tram is the most hilarious thing. I'll take it.
rest, lest you squander one of the Lord's creations.
On one screen you with violence, the other me talking with plebes in Starfield. Ultrakill is so awesome. Ultrakill is heckin' great. Also, isn't Starfield is like the game, the new Bethesda game, right? That works. Nah. Ow. Yeah, I cannot see. There we go. Ooh, that's a big one. Oh, hi, cheesecake. How's the best been doing? Yeah. Bully. Oh yeah, I came from here. Alright, just in case I miss any chat, I hope you are doing good. That doesn't help, but hey. Doing alright, knees hurty? Oh. I hope it does get better soon. I don't know why the shoutout doesn't work anymore. But no, cheesecake needs a shoutout here. Because it's the bean. Is it like... It's this one, right? Yeah, there it is. I just like to harass cheese. No, that's being nice to cheese. An ultra amazing adorable cutie bean. Wow. I'm doing pretty okay. Maybe a bit of coffee would help, but no. I guess I'm feeling a little eepy. Oh. Hi. Are you gonna full auto me or fuller auto? Whoa. What is this gun? Oh my god. Annihilation of coffee by pragmatic user consumption. What? Did CPR training today, so I also might knees a lot, but hopefully I'll recover tomorrow. Yeah, good to know, good to know. But yeah, hopefully the CPR training goes well for you as well. Harpoon? Oh. It's just that normally what I'm setting I at. Sounds like a really strong game. Help! Okay, this is cool as fuck. Rocket launcher. Direct hit cause explosion. Indirect hits will launch enemies. Okay. Oh, it flipped. I adore flipping stages. And direct hits on falling enemies will cause a stagger, stronger explosions. Emphasis Ocarina of Time.
Be not afraid, sinner. Your devotion to God. Collectively.
Nice.
Be not afraid, sir.
Soldiers cannot block explosions while in the air. Oh, did they block it? Hard. The shotgun is number 1. Oh. I want that. I'm gonna vomit. Alright, oh, there we go. There's something even better than shotgun. Shotgun the size of a small gun. So, machine shotgun. A shotgun that goes just small. I bought a 2070 from a friend, and once it arrives, I'll see if things run smooth once I install that. Upgrade. It's always nice. How you doing? Nuh-uh. Nice, we got Hank. Ooh. Oh my god, you could have just hide there. I win. Got him. Oh wait, I think it came from here. Oh, airflow. Ow. Tip of the day. Ow. Ah, fuck. I adore this game. Oh my god. You're okay. Don't worry, machine. You're okay. Yeah, okay, don't worry about it. Have a little boop, I guess? What? Have a little boop. Ow. I feel that too. Ow. Ow.
Whoa, 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 wow. Wonder what the filter does with that.
Nothing. Again, don't touch any water. This challenge is just weird. There's no way. Explosion deflects projectiles. If an explosion is caused right from when an enemy shoots a projectile, it can backfire and hit them instead. Skill and secret pass figures? Probably, but still. Oh, we almost unlocked everything. Just only a few more. Oh, there it is. Idol. Hi. It's just lesser demon. Gibby. Cannonball. No one knows what SRS stands for. Oh, fun. It doesn't take too long to charge, I think. Oh, that's mine. Ow. Not my tail. What are you guys doing? Oh, there it is. Oh. Oh, that's cool. That's all, Leviathan. You don't look good. You don't look good. I hate you. You're not Leviathan. You're a fakey thing. I play Monster Hunter, thank you. Can I shoot that? Oh, I can. Ow. Ow. That's the easiest
Confetti
boss.
noises.
That's the easiest boss by far. What? No way. Really? I mean, yeah, the Leviathan doesn't even look that good, so I guess. Nice. Well, that was surprisingly easy. With no style, though. Reach the surface in under 10 seconds. Ah. The space of a large arena can be used to one's advantage. Using the environment to break line of sight with enemies allows for some breathing room and time to consider target prioritization. Huh. I thought I should know about that long time ago, but you only tell me now? I punched the thing. The smaller ones, I guess. The smaller ones can get kind of scary too. I think I get that, yeah. Crescendo, cry for the Weeper? Oh, it's all red, holy shit. Am I in true hell now? Oh shit, okay. Oy, oy. I don't like that. There's more doors here. Guess it's only one way to go. The only thing they stop you from is firing when the crosshair is over them. Just like here. Oh, yeah. Killing essential Red Dead Redemption NPC. Just punch him. Boom. Explosion. What is this soundtrack? It breaks my ear instead. Oh, your timing is great. Yeah. I love doing this. The music just wait. Alright. I'll be patient. Got him. The soundtrack sounds like some combination of hellish area machinery so far, at least here. A lot of machinery, and also just like hellish, definitely. Mine. Not a horror game, right? Okay, going down. Oh yeah, now we're talking about... Now we're talking music. Okay. Oh, the riffs, oh my god. There it is. Oh yeah, finally. What? What? Who beans? This track is Altars of Apostasy. Okay. If you didn't know, the music for this game is made by the developer. So the developer didn't have any like they didn't have a composer to make the music for them. Developer make their own music. Cool. Hey, my head still hurts, so yeah, I just came back. Okay, if you need a rest, be sure to take them. Akita is a mad lad. It sounds about right. With so many different kinds of musical instrument, from piano to oud to now electric guitar. I'm sure there's like other music instruments out there. Makes a great game and some killer music. Yeah. I'm just surprised by the vast variety of musical instrument that it's like, you know, good with. Oh shit, you were blocked. I have any other V1s? I don't know. Maybe? Question mark? Who are you again?
I can smell the insolent stench of your blood-stained hands. I await you down below.
Oh shit. Did you just say question mark? I mean, yeah?
Come to me.
You clearly didn't want me to come to you. Ow. Nah. I'm dead. Bye-bye. It's just nothing. I'm gone. Alright, asshats. Ow! Dang, I thought I did it. Hi, malicious magpie. Also, hi, Foxy Foxy. Hope you are doing good. Welcome in. Ow! Holy shit. Ow. Ow! I don't want to change strategy, I'm lazy. This is my strategy now. Oh my god, why can I not dash? I see a combo change the name. Since, you know, I didn't abandon I didn't abandon the name, well, Godraxon, because it's still like my first ever name. It's just that I prefer to be called my kobold name most of the time, so I decided to just change the name. So yeah, I changed name to Tylra Goodbold. Ow! Why the fuck I know you? Yeah, I've seen you before. There we go. Not that hard now, isn't it?
Asterisk louder than usual confetti noises.
Louder than usual confetti noises. Oh, this adds again. Is it just me or is the ad more frequent today? Odd. I keep yawning. But I assure you I'm not tired, just no coffee in my system. Don't waste stamina. Dashing needlessly while fighting very aggressive foes will quickly cause one to have none left when it's most needed. Yo, my stamina recovers so fast, it's insane. I thought that's like broken. Hard to tell if they're more frequent. Maybe it feels that way because the game creates so many memories for you, making you feel like time passes differently. Probably, but I hope they are not as frequent. Sorry about the ads still, but still, it helps. I don't think I want to disable them. Sorry. Aesthetics of hate.
Limbo, lust, all gone, with gluttony soon to follow. Your kind know nothing but hunger, purged all life on the upper layers, and yet they remain unsatiated. As do you. You've taken everything from me, machine, and now all remains is perfect hatred.
Damn, the sound, the voice acting is perfect. Holy shit. Oh yeah, also organs. Yeah, put that in. Oud. Oud, piano. Electric guitar, now organs. Serious question, slow stamina can also be good. Would you rather have slow stamina? Honestly, no. I think this rate of recovery for stamina is like good enough. You know, it could make like a casual player like me feels like I'm doing something cool. So I think it's good. Slow stamina... I mean, if the game offers slow stamina, then I have no choice but to adapt to it, right? Oh. Ow! Okay. Oh, that's fun. I wish this music is louder. Hi, Gabriel. Is that you?
Machine, I will cut you down, break you apart, splay the gore of your profane form across the stars. I will grind you down until the very sparks cry for mercy. My hands shall relish ending you here and now.
That is cool. That is cool. Oh, damage. Ow. I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, wait, cannot heal? I think I have to dodge the hit because the hard damage is too much. Ooh. Okay, fine. Oh fuck, I dashed at all the wrong moments. Yeah. Oh, that was kind of funny. I'll show you shotgun and a punch. Oh, damn it. Oh, I certainly do. Oh god. It's not that hard. I just have to have more patience. Oh. Getting rusty machine? Yeah. Oh shit. No, I was becoming Super Saiyan. I'm becoming Ultra Instinct Bobo. Oh no, I got juked. I can win this. Whip on the shotgun and the punch. No, I face tank too much. I can do this. I can totally do this. It's not that hard. I will only use shotgun because it's easiest. This is the easiest way to win, I feel like.
Very huge confetti noises.
Yeah. Is?
Is my blood?
Oh shit.
I've never known such relief.
Oh.
I need some time to think.
Oh.
We will meet again, machine.
Okay, I'm glad you thought about that.
Your woes be many, and your days few.
You seem hesitant to say that. Maybe a redemption arc from Gabriel? I don't know. It feels like Gabriel is like, finally, our battles will be legendary. You know that that feeling. Gabriel only tastes victory, he says, and I'm the only machine that can beat him. And he's like, finally, a worthy opponent. So fast. I love when the game forces me to learn the moveset and just like do the things to counter them. I love that. It's great. Hit Gabriel into the ceiling. Into the ceiling? Imagine only being ever being the victor. That's so boring, though. There's gotta be more than that. That's it? With what, uppercut? Maybe. Oh, it's happening again. Silence. Introspection. How many had he killed? Had he ever thought to count? How much cruelty did he embody? And to what end? How many did he condemn to hell, and who did it benefit? 2 defeats at the hand of the machine had changed Gabriel. The will of the once supposed will of God and was now shattered, and only he was left to put the pieces back together. They collected before the light of the dying fire that fresh field couldn't sustain. This new light showing the truth to Gabriel. The pieces never fit together to begin with. The supposed council of the people who boasted a god that wasn't there. Gone. Vanished. The council still chased after the light of God's fire. The memory of its words and will grown twisted and warped, and the rest of the aimless masses of heaven followed their footsteps. The angels still act in the Father's name, but his kingdom has changed. Thanks, motorbike. Now the fire was dying, sputtering out as the heat failed to gain purchase. Gabriel looked upon the embers with a perfect clarity. He drew his blade and held it in contrast to the dying light. In its reflection, he saw a weapon reborn, no longer wielded by the will of another, but his own. He knew words alone would never sway the masses. He chose to do something drastic. Gabriel? Death stains the auditorium. The littered corpses of the once mighty console now strewn against its surfaces, the last gasps of life dripping down the seasoned blade of Gabriel's sword. The last consoler, now backed up to a wall, scrambles for words between panicked breaths as death approaches with measured steps. Wait, you can't do this. Our status forbids it. This is treason, heresy, murder. We are the supreme authority. Our law commands you. You command nothing. Your words hold no power over me or anyone else. Lest you truly believe you can talk my blade back into its sheath. But the people are on our side. The citizens of heaven know that we are just. The masses only follow you out of fear and desperation. I will show them there is nothing to be afraid of, for there is no species nor origin, vested rank or holy status that will stop the sharp edge of a sword. We all bleed the same blood, and the cushions of your thrones have made you weak and impotent. Please, Gabriel, see reason. The council follows the will of the Father. You seek to go against our creator. Face it, brother. God is dead. The fire is gone. You are chasing phantoms. Gabriel's silhouette now towers over the consoler, his shadow cast upon a soon lifeless corpse. He raises his sword for the final cut as the crying mess on the floor stammers out his final feeble argument. But the Father's light! Without me, you cannot hope to reconnect with it. If you kill me, you'll be dead in a matter of hours. I know. A clean, silent cut glides through the counselor's neck, severing his spine with elegance and ease. His head falls onto the marble floor, the rest of his body following soon after. Bereft of status but brimming with purpose, Gabriel gave a final message to the angels amassed at the gates of the auditorium before leaving heaven for the very last time. His arm outstretched, without a word, the people saw. In the silence, the message rang out to the far ends of the cosmos. To be concluded, it actually got fist suicide? Oh, this game is sick. This game's sick. I love it. Holy shit. If you bleed the same blood, that would be great. Would make blood donations so much better. True. No, it's still under development. No. I'm scratching my head. I want more. We shall wait patiently. I can only wait patiently. Akita has been showing previews of the music for Act 3, so I can't imagine it's too far off. It's so cool. God, the game is so good. Uh-oh. Why is Adam Sandler's everywhere? Hi, Paramos. You could try becoming co-developer to speed it up. I think if I'm there, I'm pretty much, it's just gonna become a nuisance. Let's not become a co-developer. Yeah, no. If you play Dusk or Amid Evil or Rod, none of those. Are those all like Steam cams? I can hardly imagine if I can spend a little money. But honestly, this 44 ringgit is so well spent for Ultrakill. It's so good. Also, fucking Adam Sandler is everywhere. Why? Why? FPS games, boomer shooter. Dusk or Amid Evil, right? Wonder how much they cost. I am looking forward to a game. Remember, I don't know if I played it before, but there's a new game called AK Zolotl. AK Solotl. The game is like Enter the Gungeon, but it's, well, Xolotl. A very cute game. I want to try it out, but the game is not out yet. Very soon though. Oh, so Ultrakill is boomer shooter? You remember it's on your wish list? It's on my wish list for a while. In a sense, huh? So something like this, boomer shooter is just like super guns against super enemy against super hordes of the sword. The sword. A big guns, big enemies, a big horde, no brain, just shoot. I like that. Amid Evil. There's even DLC for this one. I can punch? Oh, it's another New Blood game. Is this melee oriented? Oh god. Yeah. Oh my god, I can punch things. And it looks viable too. Games like Doom or Quake. I played Doom. I played Doom Eternal. It's like my first Doom. And then My House.wad. And then Doom 2. And then Doom 1. And now I'm here. Ultrakill. And there's also Nightmare Reaper. This one Kalfire told me about. The game looks cool. This one is more pixelated, it looks like. Yeah, it's more pixelated. Quake is Steam releases too. Quake 2 just got re-released. Quake 2? The kick. Quake 2. RTX? Oh, no, don't show my birth date. So I have to change this one. I mean, yeah, they're just randomizing the numbers at least. They're trying. Strog. Whoa, 1997, huh? Wait, Quake is from Bethesda? Oh. I mean, Doom is also Bethesda. This looks new. You know why? Because the gun is here, not in the middle. Boomer shooter, to my understanding, is like in the middle mostly. The gun's like in the middle. It's like, yeah. Like how do you hold the gun in front of your lungs and just like shoot? You hold your gun in front of the lungs and then like aim forward. That's how you use the gun. I'm sure. Now, as a kobold, I never touched guns before. Doom id made Quake. Oh, it's a id software. Okay. Oh yeah, id. But that's about it. Makes sense. You know, there's Doom Eternal. Oh, Quake, you can multiplayer. Was it multiplayer? I don't know. Legendary action shooter. Was that BFG? Cool. I only play for 8 hours. Ultrakill. See, what was it just now? Amid Evil? Amid Evil is like, it looks like melee oriented. It looks like I'm gonna love the game. It was multiplayer. Quake 3 was purely PvP. I don't like PvP. You're my sleep stream and I shall be lightly listening. Alright. Appreciate the lurk. Have good sleep, Rocket. Yeah, this is also why I try to make my redeem not too loud, because they are, I believe there are, I would say, a few people out there, who lurks on my stream, because I do that as well. I listen to streamers when I sleep, and also music. Shooting with magic weapons. This one looks like it. This one also looks like it. But there's punching though. Oh, yeah, there's swords, see? And punching. And throw things. Everything that's very primitive is out my alley. Punch, throw rocks. Anything that has to do with... Look at the punch! The fuck? This is my kind of game right there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that's so good. Is there mod support for this game? If there's not a mod when that activates and then there's no like aura going on, I'm gonna cry. If there's mod support, that is. Oh, this is the soundtrack. So the Black Labyrinth is like... This one is the DLC. Are you still interested in Hi-Fi Rush? Yes, very. Because Hi-Fi Rush is a game where I get to move with the music, right? Any game that needs me to move along with the music, like BPM and bullets per minute, I believe, is really cool. I love games like that. Cadence of Hyrule, Crypt of Necrodancer. There are games like that. Game looks cool. Very stylized. Bethesda games, right? Bethesda, pretty good. Oh god. Oh god, what did you do? Did you just... Oh no. No. Pinky, the game is like 100 something. Oh god. I mean, it's 104 ringgit. Thank you. Oh god. It's a big game. Oh, I know what to play after Baldur's Gate 3 then. Ooh. I will humbly accept the gift. Thank you, Pinky. This is a big one. Although, how big is this game? Oh, only 16 megabyte. I thought it's bigger. Oh, Gogeta is playing it. Well, not is playing it, but Gogeta played it. Thank you, Pinky. Oh goodness. Oh man. I'm a little speechless. Thank you. Pinky are awesome. Pinky has always been awesome, I'm not gonna lie. So is everyone in the chat. Take that, chat, take that. Oh, I can put it in the middle. I can become a true boomer shooter. Ultra Cobalt. Ultra Cobalt. Oh my god, that's a scary eye. Help. Oh. Fast and aggressive enemies and high damage. Quick thinking, mobility options, and situational awareness are essential. Attacks are easier to avoid, but carelessness will result in a swift death. Yeah, I felt that. Recommended for players who want a stress-free experience. Absurdly slow enemies and attacks. Damage is still high, but even the mountain could dodge them. High damage but slower attacks than passive enemies. Tension is still high, but damage is easier to avoid. Who wants a less straight gameplay experience? I appreciate games like this, you know. The game allows a stress-free experience, or you want to go butt fucking insane. I love that. Game needs to do this more. You know, not everyone wants to go butt fucking insane. And not everyone wants to go like, I want to sleep. You know? So this is absolutely amazing. I love it. This is Endless Sandbox? How do I get P rank again? Any pro in the chat can tell me how to get P rank? I forgot. Another common way is to put the difficulty in optional content. Yeah, that also. That is also cool. Full intro? Nah. Just the intro, not full. Oh. Oh. Greetings.
Hello.
Super Dasher. Hi.
And welcome.
I'm a simple bean. I see cute kobold. I click. Wow. Thank you. I like kobolds too. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Perfect. A P rank is awarded for completing a level with S rank in all 3 categories without restarting once. P ranks cannot be achieved when major S is turned on. So I have to be fast then, right? Yeah, this is off to a good start. How's it going? I'm going well. Everything's doing good. A little EP. Did I do it? Oh, I almost did it. Sass. I got a sass. Think I missed a filth back there. Oh, it's okay. Can I try again? I can, right? It says. Classic blood boiler says. Here, let's do it. There we go. That works. Oh, is that a secret door? Oh wait, no, sorry. Oops, that was bad. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. Yeah. There it is. Mmm. P. She got that sass. Do I? Maybe. Want me to tell you if you kill everyone in an area, music is in its calm loop. Oh, okay. The first of many. I think P rank might be a little too stressful if I keep doing it. I'll only do a few. Just a few. Whoa! No! I swear to God. No! I died to that brown thing? Fine. Fine. I'll take the L. Like this. Was I too fast? Wait, my ears itch. Cute new name. Wow, thank you. Also, hi Evie. We take those. I hope this is fast enough. Yay! Oh, I'm faster than space. Yeah. Oh, was that P? That was P, right? I didn't look at it. Twice the P? Nice. Oh no, I've totally underestimated my enemies here. Alright, that's not how it goes. Okay, all good. Uh-oh. Oh, the raid didn't... I've been raided. Watch out for that tree. Hello, Oshi. Oh goodness, I don't know why... Oh, is it Oshi's birthday? Happy birthday, Oshi. Everything just sort of messed up when I changed my name. But also, hi everyone. Oh my god, there's a lot of you. Hi. There's Magpie, there's Oshi, the Rev. Also Pinky, there's Azalea, Red Flash Drive. Watch out for that tree. I don't know what the tree is. It was my birthday like 2 weeks ago, but didn't get around to streaming. Oh, but still, hope you had a great one. Also, welcome, and I don't know why the shoutout doesn't work, but at least this one still works. Everything sort of breaks when my account got hacked 2 days ago. It's kind of scary, but everything is good now. The tree was a tree she flew directly into. Ah, I see. Also, welcome everyone from the raid. I changed my name. I am now Tylra. And my name's Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. And I do art occasionally. It has been a while though, but yeah. Hope you are doing good. Although, what were you playing, Oshi? I cannot see it because somehow the shoutout did not work. Wherever you played, I hope it was heckin' great. Also, I'm playing Ultrakill, trying to get P rank. Tylra? What? Oh. Playing Minecraft for a new community server I set up. Lots of friends, very chill.
You may have a new name, but you're still just as cute. Evie at 2UW, so cute. So adorable. So wonderful.
Wow, thanks. I flew into many trees and died. You can fly in Minecraft? I didn't know that. Cool. But also not cool because of pain. You have a mod called Origins, where you get to pick a race of your spawn. And you are Borb? Is that kobold? Or dragon? Or reptilian? Lizard folk? Crocodile? I'm tiny and I can fly, but I take much damage. There are multiple dragons for sure? Guys, I think Minecraft might be back in... One player is Wyvern for sure. Oh my god! Yeah, Minecraft is back. No bias. No bias. No bias. I cannot. I want to be a dragon. That sounds so good. Oh yeah. Oh. If you want to try it out, you're more than welcome to hop on the server sometime. Oh, okay, okay. They sound part similar to Elytra, but integrated. It's fun. Go play Skyrim. There's much of Dirks. I played Skyrim. I started playing Skyrim last year. Was it last year or this year? I don't remember. I think it was this year. I started playing. I started playing as, you know, what did I do? I started playing as an Argonian, namely lovers of all dragons. Good stuff. But eventually I found out a bunch of mods that doesn't allow me to stream anymore. So you can guess. You can guess. I don't need to spell it out for you. How do I join other people's server? Gore mods? Not necessarily. Is there gore mods? No, I never found any gore mods. Hydra Killer, hi. Welcome, welcome. Okay, I think I can. Boop. 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 Hope you're doing good, Hydra Killer. Okay, I'm so sorry. I will never underestimate you ever again. It's been 3 hours. The baby numbers. Oh, hi, Kafira. Nice name change, Tylra. Yeah, thank you. Going for P ranks? Trying to, at least. It's so hard, though. Professional toaster teeth kill. I'm trying. Hello. Explosion. That works. Am I fast enough? Oh, yeah! Tell me I'm stylish. Thank you, game! Yeah! After pairing a sword speed, it's only a game. Why do we so mad? It's only a game! There we go, our third P. Now we have P. Also, thank you, Raph, for the follow. Why no secrets? Because I'm not fond on finding secrets. Doing okay? Pardon me for replaying so late morning brain go. All good, all good. Don't worry about it. My brain is also slow because I didn't have coffee today. Swords machine melee attacks are absolutely parry food. Oh. Feels like Doom. But more and fast paced. The website is called Devil May Quake. Yeah, its software is definitely inspired. P, why so many P's? I need P's. Gunning for Day Minnow fight. Can't wait for Corpse of King Minnows. Parry a punch. I don't know, I'm scared about, parrying a punch. Oh, too early. What the fuck? I was trying to explosion. Okay, fine. No. My completionist self cannot not go for secrets. I spent so long just finding everything on my own. Oh, I'm not stylish enough? Apparently in the story, all humanity got extinct. Oh. Swapping only between shotguns and heavy style. True. My brain cannot comprehend too much weapon swap. But that one was stuck as hell. You can unequip all the weapons you don't use with the variants you don't use, and the style shouldn't go stale if it's 1 or 2 weapons. Oh, it shouldn't go down as much. Oh, I never thought about that. What I did to make a habit of switching weapons was to just practice pressing the buttons on the keyboard and switch one weapon at a time. I guess just having one variation on each weapon sounds good. I can do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 is fine. Along with E maybe? But too much E, my brain just doesn't work anymore. Not P again. Sample size is extremely small. 1 people, but maybe the crowd of not swapping much unless forced to do to also dislike Breath of the Wild's durability of weapons. Oh! If you press the number again, it switches the variants. Yeah, but... too much number pressed, I cannot move around too much. Two on each variant is fine, I think. I can play with the coins. Oh, I'm so slow. That should be stylish enough. Oh, the style points is even worse somehow. Huh? Go drink water and relax. Oh, I'm mega relaxed. I'm not even remotely as, you know. I'm actually all good. Combo needs to be really high appears. Yeah, only at this stage it feels like. I did try to switch as much weapon as possible. Do they not aim? I'm bad at this game. I don't think that's good. Mm. You're not bad at this game, you're learning. Oh, thank you. This is hard. If you press tab twice, you can see your stats in real time, if that helps. That helps, alright. $10k points in style. Ow. Sharpshooter is fun. Coins every momentum is wonky to learn. Yeah, it doesn't help when I have bad aim as well. Oh. Some people might feel wrong if we watch the stream. Oh yeah. Oh, I did it. That's stylish enough. Nice. If you go forward, it carries full momentum. Going further, running on higher speeds. If you go backwards, less momentum. And then strafing, just go left and right. It's convoluted. Good luck with paperwork, Pinky. The most important thing about style is that you need to hit enemies while sliding or while you're airborne. That's a max of 3 times sometimes if you're constantly sliding, jumping. Yeah, I like saw the 3 times multiplayer when I was jumping, flying around. That's how I saw, like, I try to fly around a little bit more. I don't know how to speak English anymore. Help! Wake up. Wake up. Oh. Oh. Oh, first try? Okay. Cool. Going always have an arc that relative to your current instant velocity. Coins can be triggered with revolvers, with rockets, shotgun parries. Shotgun parries? Rail cannons, some enemies can charge back. I'm having migraine trying to remember the wiki. I mean, I just used the railgun, honestly. Which means that if you're flying through the air at a constant speed, the movement that you'll need to make with your mouse will be likely as you were standing still, so just moving it upwards a little bit. Ooh. It carries the momentum, pretty much. Can I just do this and win? Hey kid! Thank you. That works, I think. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm learning the game. One very complicated mechanic of the coins I'm trying to get consistent and for completing some levels quickly is something called dead coining, where you shoot an airborne coin and then shoot another coin immediately afterwards to keep the shot in the newly thrown coin and do virtually infinite damage stuff and save the marksman. What? What? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go that in depth, I guess. I'm 8 hours in. Hi. Oh, the stun. Okay, the stun is messing with my mouse. God damn it. Look at this. I'm holding my mouse like, oh, I'm holding my mouse just like mid-air. Dang it. Let me close the curtains real quick. Yeah, this should work. Okay. You should watch Speedrunners Break version 2 or V2 in Limbo. V2 in Limbo? 15.5 seconds in PB in 1.4. I guess I'll watch it before I end the stream. Where am I trying to go? I forgot. Oh god. No. I didn't realize you changed your streamer name. Yeah. I changed my streamer name. Hi, Rita. I was like, who this? To be fair, I didn't tell anyone about me changing names, so yeah. Oh, good. They're rude. think that's everything. That's it, right? Oh wait, I came from here. Oh god, I don't remember where to go. How can I spear if I don't know where I'm going? Do I go back? Oh. Praise the chat. Double tap twice to see your stats. Oh, I keep forgetting about that. Coins have a weird property. They flash twice in there if they don't collide with anything. Where if you shoot them when they flash, the coin shot splints in two? The best way to deal with the pyro is to throw. Yeah, I saw that one. It's like, yeah, let me try it. And it's like, boom, one shot. It's like, oh my god. Do not pick up any skulls. No, these challenges just sounds absurd. Also, P rank. The coin can also very well be used to hit enemies in case you don't see them. Do I need to kill the two bosses for P rank at this stage? Oh, two zone left and right. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. Because of a meme of someone mispronouncing Malaysia's face and just saying Maurice for the funny, so it became official in the game. Wait, that's called Maurice? Although I got super fast. I cheated. Alright, let's do it. It's kind of fun to go for P rank a little bit. I think I'm playing Ultrakill. Whoa! Oh god. I got greedy. I got greedy. I got greedy with the speed. Okay, okay. I got the thirst. The thirst. There's a cool insta-kill you can do with Cerberus if you use the SRS rocket launcher cannonball. Oh! I think that's everything? Okay. Mine. Oh, it's not done yet. Wait, I cannot read the chat for now. Whoa! I actually got yeeted. Went on to perform it so I can try it. Oh, sure, tell me about it. Hi, Merp. Oh my god. It's the wonderful Bold. How you doing? Oh my god, it's Merp. that's Cerberus be ballin' though. I got yeeted. Rotastic, nice. Good to know. Best Bold. I'm gonna try again. I'll try my best. It does take a lot of my energy to do this though, so I don't think I can do this for long. But I'll try my best. Uh-oh. That looks painful. I'm so sorry. Change your account name? Yeah, I did. Finally did it after a while. Okay, if it works, it works. Okay. All good, all good. Okay, okay, okay. Oh. Please tell me that's it. Whoa. Let's go! Nice! Oh. I didn't think I can do it. I never played game to this kind of capacity before. I never played games to this kind of capacity before. I don't think so anyway. Holy shit. It's not too hard, but you need to get a little used to it. Fully charge the SR's cannon. When it hits the SERP hit, grapple the ball back with the whiplash and parry it back at him. Ooh. Check your time if you're in doubt. Yeah, I saw that last second and it's like double tap. Check. And it worked. Holy shit. Oh, my brain is so tired not doing this. Nah. Is that it? I hope so. Oh, that's enough. Oh, only 700 points of style. I'll take it. Easy because he's limited to your moveset. Difficult because he is limited to your moveset. It's hard to not pick out these skulls. I did it. I knew about it when I spent like 30 minutes trying to figure out the puzzle. Well, puzzle. When I could just skip everything about it. But yeah, that's all the P rank. That's not all the P rank, but P rank for all the first limbo, I think. Yeah. I forgot I can do that. Did it die? I hope so. Uh-oh. What happened? I saw something in chat but I cannot see. Ah! God, I'm dead. What did I miss? Oh. Bailey! Yeah, Alert Brox didn't work, I'm sorry. But, oh my god, 6 more months in advance, holy shit. Thank you, Bailey. Also, welcome in. Oh my god. So, that's 9? 9 plus 5? 14, 19, 14, 13, 14. Yeah, 14. Thank you. How are you doing? Welcome in. I'll always either miss an enemy mistime by 1 or 2 seconds and I even didn't get enough style one time. This stage seems really hard. Ultrakill is confusing with its acts. It's for a tiny brain. It's okay, it's confusing to me as well. 9 months, our stream baby has arrived. What do we call her? Why don't you name her? I'm not good with names. You can name her, Bailey. What am I doing? Help! How did I shoot that one? Don't ask. Oh, good. Okay, let's try our best. I'll call her Colby. Cole as in Kobo, B as in BB. Oh, that's kinda cute. Actually, scratch that. That's pretty cute. Although Kobe though, Kobe. I'm sure she's gonna excel in basketball. Wink, wonk. Oh. Everyone? I think that's everyone. Okay. Exactly the plan. Well, Cool Beans is a good name.
Hello. And
Ultrakill. Thank you. Where do I go? Oh. Whoa. I think that's everyone. Okay. Hopefully. Might have missed a few. I don't know. Yeah. I'm gonna boot up Skyrim. I've modded the game to hell. Now Argonians will be fabulous, and I'll be having high blood pressure seeing them every time. Oh my god, share the mods, I need that. That, you know, my DM, it's there. Tell me about the mods, I love them. Also, thanks for the follow, appreciate. Alright, let's try again. That's this level for you. Yeah, I thought I didn't miss one, but apparently I did. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Nuh-uh. Gabriel versus Schism? Who is Schism again? Oh my fucking god, Tylra and Bailey had a baby. No? Where'd you get that from? I know some mods I had to ram my skull against the wall for them to work. But I can give a list of Argonian specific mods I've downloaded. Oh, that would be very nice, thank you. I mean, of course, if you're, comfortable sharing it. That is entirely up to you. No pressure. What is that? Can I get that? What? That's so far away. Ow. I think that's every monster. What the fuck? Whoa! I didn't check that. I'm too slow. I got the Ultrakill though. 69 kill, very nice. The dudes without a head that shoot. Oh, you can reach that secret over there by that you saw by either over pump boosting or rocket riding. Rocket riding? A rocket riding? Cool, okay. God, I cannot believe I'm too slow. Oh, Tinte, thank you 30 bits, but I think because I changed my name, so the alert box just being a little wonky. Sorry, but thank you for the Salazzle. Since you can freeze rockets, you can get on top of them and ride them. Freeze rocket? What if you pet the kobold? Yes, please do it. Don't hesitate. That sounds amazing. You know. Okay, make sure they're dead. The rocket launcher? This one? Not really. What does that mean? Why does it sound like it's like a slowdown effect to it? Oh my god! I'm in pain. Not like this. Two Argonian race menu presets, Argonian Finder Tracer, Argonian Hair Plus. That's a lot of mods. You know what? I have an idea. I have a note for copying stuff down. Give me a second. Okay, they're in my notes now. There are the mods for Skyrim that includes Argonians. Nice. Argonians #1. Thank you. I appreciate you taking your time doing that for me. Okay, the music changed, all good. Why game? Oh my god, I can't see. I don't understand this game sometimes. What is this? My brain shuts down. Not like this. What? This is not good. I'm too slow. Oh god. Okay, wait a minute. No problem, it's really hard to find Argonian mod in Skyrim and underlook race in general. Yeah, I mean, the mod it's all like big booba and then thick mega thighs that can crush people's heads. But those are all like humanoids and well, those are just humans and shit. No one really have like thunder thighs for Argonian, I think. I don't know. And I'll say there's some mods have nudity on their mod pages. I know which one, but some do and I can't recall. It's okay. I already modded to a point of Skyrim that I cannot stream it, so you can figure it out. You know, I went to I cannot say on stream, but I'm sure you guys know about the website, right? I went to a certain website to mod the game. There you go. There, yeah. So all good. Don't worry about it. Why is the movement so jank sometimes? Oh my god. I don't know, please explain. I'm sure you don't. I'm sure you don't. See a new name. Hi, Gojira. Yeah, I saw change name. Become the true Kobo. Now, question is, did that one die? Hopefully. Hope you're doing good, Gojira. That's good enough. Is it dead? Is it dead? Doing good, just playing No Man's Sky. Nice, nice, nice. Sugoi uchinchi kadasai. I mean, I don't know about uchinchin. I mean, if you want jinko, I don't think I can give you a jinko. But if you want chinchin, I guess you... How can you fight Chin Chin? I don't think you can around here. Being cheating? Are we still about that? Just die. Oh god. Oh! I hate it here. I don't think this is good enough. You missed one mod, but you can make it work. DBVO or go with a male voice pack. Oh, okay. I'll look into it afterwards. After stream. Dragon, now we're talking. There it is. I'm glad we're still on the same page. Dragon these nuts? Don't know if I want to. I'm not about that. You can check if it's still on par without restarting. Oh shit, yeah, true. Whoa. I got yeeted. Uh-oh. Ah. Hey. Let me focus a little bit, real quick, and then I'll read the chat afterwards. Okay. Did something get modded? I think I saw something getting modded. Oh, hi Narix. Oh, the one gets angry, what? Yeah, I know about press tab 2 times already. Isn't a game where that's very sponsored by Levin's Play to showcase the product? Really? This is a game that is official, fully compatible. Whoa! I know, Ligma, I know. I want to try it. I'll shut the fuck up. I will shut the fuck up. Alright. Hey, yo. No, you heard wrong. You heard wrong. Don't worry about it. What, me? Nah. There. I'm still too slow. Note. Whoa. Look, I didn't drink coffee today, okay? You have to excuse my brain that doesn't work. Hallucination, that was not real, alright? Why can't I decipher what that means when my brain lags about those things? Yeah, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. I'll try a few more tries. I'll try my best for a few more. I was off by 1 second? I cannot believe it. Okay, fine. Stop moving. Let me kill you. Where's the other one? Please die. Thank you.
Hey, hello. I don't understand. Where the subtitles?
Do I not have subtitles on? I think that's everything. The fuck is happening? That worked out. That works. Whoa! Me? Go get some Ultrakill? Didn't think there would be a link? What? I'm too slow again! I keep getting ass! Also, if I missed some chat, what's going on? Evil thing of getting Splatoon? No. I don't think it's a game that I want to play, to be honest. Am I mod? Why even ask that? 3 seconds off this time. The cutoff is 3:30. Okay. Obviously, chat. Don't click on links that you don't know. Yeah. I was thinking of getting Ring Fit as well. I don't like these guys. I keep missing them. Uh-oh. think that's everything then. Sorry for passing a bad luck. No. It's not bad luck. I think it's just, you know, I hate to say it, but skill issue. Hopefully that's everything. Hopefully I'm fast enough this time. Yeah! Kills? Yeah! Style? I should have style. No, I'm changing weapons a lot. There we go. Oh, finally. But should I second hand? Yeah, second hand. But people sweat. Oh, I don't know about that. 69 kills for the first day of Lust. Yeah, I was about to mention it's like 69. Nice. On Lust, even more nice. Lust is horny, right? The one is like 250, second one is 270. If you don't want sweat, you can just like get, you know, a new one. Oh no, I don't know what to do in this stage. This stage took me like almost an hour, I think. Where even are you? Oh god. Oh, is that it? Oh, that's not it. I cannot be tasked to find things. I cannot find things. Where's the thing?
Hello and welcome.
Percival Silver Dragon, hey! Another dragon, I appreciate that. Welcome in. I already got this one. Oh, huh? Where's the last one? Look, this stage took me almost an hour, I believe. The steel cleaners are also resistant to explosions. The fire rockets, so projectile boosting isn't recommended for them. Ah, okay. I'm not... Huh? Wait a minute. Oh, I hate it here. Where's the enemy? Oh. Okay, I should remember where the tree are. It's okay, I'll take this one as like a practice round then. Do you want to try the Cerberus insta-cave, remember it? Okay, load maximum? Shoot at the head. And then... whiplash it back? Something like that? Can I even get it back? Or maybe I have to aim downwards a little bit because it goes down. Maybe not? When it hits an enemy, it bounces, so you have time to grapple. Oh, it has physics. What did I do? Oh, I see, okay. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. What do we do with the purple little shits? Wow, I'm so bad at parrying. Do it again? Oh, I thought I can parry then. Freeze rockets in time, which how you write. Oh, wait. How do I write it? Do I just like stand on it? Oh. Oh. No fucking way. Whoa. Okay. Okay. The one on top. Is that one? No, that's just Stone Man. Oh, good. So relevant links and tweets to the Ultrakill over in your T. Okay. Gonna have to check it out too for scientific reasons. But I'm pretty sure those kind of things gonna cost like a lot of money. Man. I'm probably expecting somewhere around 200 at least. Ringgit. That's at least. Why am I talking about this? They're all good, don't worry about it. The stream is marked 18 plus. Yeah, true. It's totally fine. Yay! Twitch don't ban us, please. As you got a new stream name, Good Kobo. Wow, yeah. Kobo has new name now. Well, it's not like Kobo is new name, but Kobo is now implementing the name. I just changed the name to my Kobo's name, yeah. Also, hi Tikaka. If Tikaka is here, very important. Kobo. Kobo is snuggable too, right? Kobots are perfect. Kobots best? Yeah. No bias. Zero bias on that one. I think this is a stage where I would actually just, stop doing the P rank. Because there's something like this I don't like. I think there's 3 of them. Kobold Quest, just the perfect huggable size? Yeah! What's perfect squeezable size though? Axolotls? But they're a little... Aren't they a little... small? We don't want to squish them. We want huggies. No, we want huggies. Beat the level in 60 seconds? Well... Time these Tau beats. Tau only B. I mean, I didn't even try hard. Okay, let's try. You can see give gentle squishes. You know what? True. One inside this room. Boom. Nice dab. Dab rank. Oh! Hi, how you doing? Boom. Where's it? One's back here, I think. Yeah. First playthrough? Sort of. I'm trying to get P rank. I started this game yesterday. Hi, lonely toaster man. Hi. Don't worry about it. The song requirement is so good. This game's song is absolutely amazing, so to speak. Is Progen Toaster? Oh, I'm not a proto-gen. I don't know. Maybe? That was cool. Okay, that's everything. Oh no. That works. If it works, right? Okay. I forgot where they are. Oh! Are they inside this room? I can't. This Vitamin? Been loving AC6? Armored Core, right? Rude Undead? Yeah. Never underestimate fills. I never underestimate them. I cannot punch them. They jump behind me and I hate them. They ate Cobalt. Yeah, they ate Cobalt. Fucking rude. Came for the next Ultrakill update. The new enemies and layers look sick. I just finished Act 2. It's like, oh my god. If you don't see them, just jump and shoot a bunch. Yeah, true. And then of course the Castro metal cover for the world looked red. The world look white is great. Are those like a song name? Okay, one's here, one's here. Go, 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 go. Boom. I forgot where the other one is. Oh, behind, 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 behind. Go, 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 go. Oh, I didn't need to go down like that. I don't know what happened, but that was cool. That works. That works. Okay, where's the other one? Just get this one first. Hi, Wolfie. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Oh, yeah. One is above and one is up here. Yeah. Don't. Okay. Wait, I'm not reading chat. Sorry, give me a second. Ah! If I hear Spanish, it's not first language where you can help out. But hi. Is that everything? Oh. Oh. Come on, please. You. I cannot handle this stage. Insert funny name here, XD. Hi. Gosh. Gosh, dee dang it. 12k? Oh, I'm quite close. At least time is not an issue, so That's good to know. Yeah, I'm trying to get P rank. You're not keeping the step here because yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that up here like constantly. Sorry about that. I'm sorry if this is bothering y'all. I'm not pulling that out. But I just feel like it's kind of it's kind of obstructing a little bit. So. Thanks. Oh, music's still going? Okay. One is way up there, I think. Okay, there's also I need to get into a house to get the fight in as well. I think that's everything. I hope. Okay. There we go. Somebody else bring Tylra Kill. BG tonight. I think these days I cannot BG first because I haven't prepared for my trip a few days after. So I cannot prepare for that. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that was not easy. That was not easy. I say ah. Wait, beep 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 beep. Oh, I remember this stage gave me such a headache. Mm. Pain. Alright. Let's take one practice round, I guess. I don't know, because the round is like very all over the place, it feels like. I got 11 Ps, nice. Frames. Mine. Pick it. And then to go down, I remember. Wait, what? Is it here? Okay. Okay, that's everyone. Wait, I'll read chat afterwards. Thank you. Give me a second. Is that fast enough? Oh, it's getting dark. Nice. Oh, first try. Oh my god, I'm gonna go open up the lights. We got 12 P's. We got beep 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 beep. So many P. And counting. Kobo is pro. If the thing that gives you a headache is the routing, that's the least of the problem in this game. But the Mind Flayer is hands down the most annoying enemy in the entire game so far. Mind Flayer is the one that I punched to death that's like glowing, right? Yeah, Kalfira mentioned that everyone hates Mind Flayer. I don't see Mind Flayer as too big of a problem. I just sort of punch. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Alright, here we go. Oh god. Please go faster, please. Is it here? Fast to use? Okay. I'm not good at bee hopping. I think that was it. A little bit. Oh, I think that's pretty good. I don't think there's style though. Yeah, I need style, I forgot. Just press Ctrl and space basically together one after the other. Huh. Hello, sweetie. Hi, Perry. At first I was like, what? Did I follow a new channel while half asleep? And I took another look. Channel, how you doing? How goes the game? Doing good. Sorry if it caused any confusion when I changed the name. I just kind of want to change the channel name a little bit. to better represent the channel. Kinda. Also, welcome in. Doing good. And I hope you're doing good too. Kobo kicking butt. to a great taste in streams. Wow. Thank you. Parry a punch guarantees S rank in style. Okay, you know what? Oh, oops. I'm gonna try parrying a punch. Let's take our time to practice, practice parrying the punch. Is it Ekmon? This one, right? Yeah. Only the most sophisticated stream. It's so hard. But no worries. I'm used to surprises, so now I don't know what name to call you since I used to take the first part of your old channel name. So, Tylra is my kobold name. So if you want, that would be nice. I think the beehop, the bunny hop window is very generous in this game, like very general. Should have been Tylra Kopo? Alright, I'm here to parry a punch. That's not a punch, right? Okay, that's a palm. Let's not aim at the palm. Oh! Is that pro gamer move? Is that pro gamer move? I think. Oh my god. I think that was a pro gamer move. Man, Oh. I did it. I parried the punch. Unless you and me and had global keybind set the control plus space, that overrode it being used on anything else and actually be hope. I had to release control before pressing space and I thought it was just hard in itself, but in reality I'm just not la we learn ma. It was a sentence and a half. The punch parry, we'd love to see it. But didn't get P rank. Let's try my best. Just because I restarted? Ah, figures. Really takes it down when we restart, which is fair to be honest. Oh my god, Onyx Sticky! I don't think I can parry a punch there, but I'll try. That's a palm. I want it. Okay. For faster time, this has become more essential in the later stage. Also, grab and place skulls by replenishing the pedestal. Oh, yeah. Gaming. Ah, I tried it. Oh, do we go? Yeah! Never give up. There we go. We parry punches. Hopefully that's enough. Yes, 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 yes! Oh, hitless, nah. I cannot do hitless. It's too hard. Feels good. Well done, thank you. Actually, let me check the time. 6:14? I don't know. I may have to end a little early than usual. Because I have trip on 14th of September. And I have to work for the next 2 days. I might have to take tonight to prepare. Oh, but I want to play more. I want to play more. 6:15. 6:15. Okay. If I go dinner now, and then take the time to I'll take tonight's time to be well prepared for the upcoming trip on Thursday, so that Wednesday night I can stream for a little bit. Oh yeah, also my time is GMT +8. Malaysian, you know, Southeast Asian, GMT +8. Yeah, well prepared is half done. That's the thing. The plane ticket is already checked in. Gosh, this is like kind of a forced trip, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, tonight prepare, and then Wednesday night I can stream for a little bit more before I fly to Kuching. Yeah. Yeah. I think I can do that. Although I have to end slightly earlier today, which is kind of sad. Hugs for the Cobalt, thank you. Cobalt like hugs. Yeah, I think I might get dinner now. Could be worse. Yeah, true. True. Too true. Oh god. Could be worse. Yeah. But I'll take it. Right. It's all good. I don't like this quit button. Fine. Fine. So let's see. Oh, P. In 5 solid hours is nothing to sniff at. Yeah, we have 2 more, right? Wow, Space did all the P ranks. Space is good. I got pad ranking. Oh god, do I need pad? I don't need pad. Also, there's a secret entire level on every single layer. Layer? Layer is in... Oh, layer. I think I know this one. The secret is the puzzle, right? If you want, we can lead you to them next time. Oh! Yeah, I think finding secret levels... Yeah, I'm not good at finding secrets. Yeah, when I won to find the secret levels, I'll let you guys know. If the secret mission button is lit, wait, then you found it. Secret mission lit. This one in Prelude? Oh shit. I don't think I found it. But yeah, I'm so glad I spent... This game is only like 44 ringgit. It's like, walao eh. And walao eh, only 44 ringgit I can play like this Wah. Sangat macam yes saya tak boleh sudah. So good. So good. It's in 02. Oh. the Me Too grinder. Yeah, next time I can try doing it. So maybe maybe Wednesday night I'll do like some, I don't know what to do. Maybe talk, play games, Tekken, something else. I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities, you know. Whenever I stream, it's like, what I feel like playing today is like, yeah, this one, okay. I just choose what to play, kinda. Oh, why is that ad break? No. Fucking Twitch. Twitch doesn't let me snooze the ad. Hey, it's okay. I'm gonna quit for now and let's open up some music. And now let Kobo become big. Big Kobo. Also, maybe in the future that I can play Hi-Fi Rush as well. You know, thanks again, Pinky, for buying me the game. Is Big Bold? And bold big as in 106 centimeters. Yeah, my reference sheet mentioned that Tylra is like 106 centimeters. If I remember correctly. Look, it's my own character. I don't even remember. Yeah. I'm blocking it. Professional. This is what Cobalt writings are. Cobalt writings. I don't know why I spend so much time on doing the scales, but I remember. Yeah, there's Amogus here. Like Amogus. Got the sun. We got Amogus. We got sun. What else do I have? I think I have like diamond shape. Yeah. Also the flame, the heart, and the diamond. Amogus is canon in your Sona. I cannot believe it. I mean, I was just having fun doing the scales in Substance, right? I was doing Substance Painter texturing, and I was like, oh, hey, I could, you know, add some dumb fuck shit into it. And I was like, yeah, why not? Here, let me open up the Substance Painter. I was like, you know, I could open up, I could add some stupid things there if I want. And I did. I saw Zelda Triforce too. Oh, I think I added that. I forgot. Is that the Triforce? I don't even know. Like the triangle and also the invert triangle thing, right? Why are you here? Continue anyway. It says my PC is shit and cannot handle this thing. Are you sure? I mean, I'm sure it cannot handle it. Okay, hold. Cobalt. Oh, this eye. So here. On the tail? Yeah, the eye. This eye is wrong already. So, yeah. I was thinking like adding a lot more, a lot more bigger to the eye, but instead I was like maybe a little smaller. But I could do like you will not be able to sleep tonight. You're welcome. But yeah, I had fun doing all the scales on body. Yeah, here. See, so they are actually like pop up a little bit. Eye sockets. Spotted the Batman logo. Oh yeah, I even added a little stickman to it. For whatever reason do I add that? I don't know. Oh. But yeah, there's that thing. Amogus. Oh, the love on the inner thigh. Yeah, Stickman. Oh, there it is. This thing, right? The triangles and also the invert triangle. That's what you call Triforce? I was like, ooh, that shape is fun. Yes? Ah, okay. I didn't even open up music. What am I doing? Give me a second. This one. Mmm. Oh, and the sun. Yeah, gonna praise the sun. I don't know why I did this. You know, triangles and then inside the triangle as well. Hollow triangle. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun making this model. I plan to go back into modeling again. Triforce on the tail, ayo. Not la. The Triforce is at the butt. Well, not butt, but at the thigh. The butt has nothing significant, but the inner thigh has Among Us. Yeah, I had fun doing this, the scale thing. But then I think the latest work I did... The latest dragon that I made is not even like... I didn't add scales to her, but... I did spend a lot of time doing the mane. The mane looks good. That's why I still ended this one. I had fun doing modeling. It's great. I want to make a frill lizard of my own as well. So this is my newest dragon. Yeah, the dragon, Kobo needs a dragon, and hence we got this picture. Must hold Kobo gently. Don't know if you want to hear music from levels you haven't found yet, but there's one song that's amazing if you want to hear it. I think it's okay. I don't want to listen music that I haven't heard it. I haven't. 有时候我真是不懂要讲英文啊，英文有时候真是难到掉渣，我真是北大喊有时候。I don't want to hear the music that I haven't been to. There it is. Okay, there you go. Look, I'm sorry, okay? English is kind of hard for me. Sometimes, look, as a China kobold, as a China kobold, English is kind of hard. Hold kobold like hamburger. Yeah. Why is the stroke and start speaking? Like, yeah, well, native language is great sometimes. Did I just type Tylra Boko? I typed Tylra Boko. Oh, okay. All good, don't worry about it. Oh. See, now here's the conundrum. If I rate out right now to, let's say, Daz or Niche, do they know who I am? Because I changed name this morning. It's not even last night. This morning I changed the name and the username. Remember to breathe? Yes, I'll remind myself to breathe. Always. You can tell you change name or do a little trolling. Do they know the name persona? Some do, I believe. I did introduce myself as Tylra all the time when I started using the Kobold character. I can always explain to them, right? I mean, they know how my character looks like. Yeah, they know how my character looks like. All good. Let's rate Daz, right? Let's rate Daz. Under the fellow Bobo. I'll summon Bernie and stuff. And Tirasaki. Oh my god! I'm gonna cry as my self-defense mechanism. Cry. Yeah, let me summon Bernie real quick.
once again asking for your financial support.
There we go. Oh yeah, Bubbles. Bubbles nice. Also, I have my Discord. You know, Discord will be... I'll be active on Discord once I go on a trip from September 14th until September 22nd. So, it's gonna be a while, I will not be here, but I'll be at Discord. Yeah? And also, Discord have, well, Dragon Simping Corner. The most important thing ever. So that I can look at dragons. And then people can share their own dragons. And not only dragons. The snakes, kobolds, reptilians, lizard folks. All are accepted. Yeah. Yeah. And of course, you know, I have the Dying Bluebird app as well. YouTube. YouTube is where I just post my VODs over there. But I didn't post any VODs for the past few days because I forgot. Does Axolotl count? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Axolotl is kind of reptilian as well, right? Salamanders are similar though. Can one post self-drawn dragons? Yes. Yes. Any form or any form of dragons, reptilians in general? Yes. Put it in. I want to see. Smash like smash those into the post, into the channel. Let me look at them. I want to appreciate them. Yeah, I will smush smosh the pics into the channel. Smoosh the pic. Smoosh the pic. Yeah, let me check. Did someone join? Perry? Oh yeah, Perry. Give me a second. I know who Perry is. I know the name. There. Trusted. Very nice. You're in. Have a nice rest of your day, Combo. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Brecky. And to you as well. Thank you. Shmoosh. You saw the Valstrax X Sunfeet? I saw that. It's a really neat fusion. A fusion good. Fusion good. Either you're having fun with unusual accents or you're from Sweden, did I guess? From Finland. Oh. How dare I? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. When it ends. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Spaghetti. Gonna cast my to Shadow Realm. It's been nice being here. No, I'll pull you back. Don't go to the Shadow Realm, it's not worth. What's a Shadow Realm? I know it's Shadow, but it's that shiny in there. I mean, if that's shiny, I'll take it. Maybe? Emissions a couple hundred kilometers, it's okay. A couple hundred kilometers. There's plenty of shinies in the Shadow Realm. Say no more, I'm in. Hey yo, I'm gonna jump in, let's go. Oh, Taz is playing Terraria. Yeah, Terraria. It's a game that I got scared of. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here. Love y'all. What country do you think I live in based on the fact that you have literally zero clue to guess? I mean, time zone wise. In Shadow Realm Party. Name change hype, yeah. Somewhere around, I would guess Europe area? But that's too broad, isn't it? Definitely not in Southeast Asia, I believe. Or maybe? Can I say Europe area? Is that too broad? It's right. Oh. It's 12:34 p.m. right now. Oh. So 我现在是6点，那边12点，减6个小时。Huh? Wait, you have the same time zone with Pinky and also my sister. Hi, Legs. Hope you're doing good. Huh. Oh, Italy. Oh. My sister is currently in Czech. Is that how you pronounce it? C-Z-E-C-H. Czech. I'm so sorry. Czech Republic. She's there living with her boyfriend. Like Czech. Okay, Czech. Oh, Czech. Okay, Czech. Oh, that's way easier to pronounce. Okay, so it's not Zach. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect the name. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I feel like it should be like quite close, so that the time zone is like similar. Italy though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's everything I want to say about like everything. Yeah, I'll do another stream on Wednesday. I mean, of course, when I stream, well, it pops up in my Discord channel, so you guys know. And also, I'll post it to my Twitter, so that people know. With the name change thing, I kind of want to just like announce it a little bit on Discord and maybe on Twitter. Maybe just let people know that I changed the name. We yippin'?
Ooh, shiny.
Yep.
We yippin'?
Ooh, shiny.
I got 2 ooh shiny.
Yep.
I love this yips.
Ooh, shiny.
Oh,
Yep.
I saw it. Nexu. Oh my god, Nexu, thank you.
Yep.
Wow. Thanks for the prime. Thank you. Oh god. A big appreciate. Alert box is broken. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Yippin' is the content people crave. Yeah. I mean, in Kobo yippin', you can never go wrong when the Kobo just go yip.
Yep.
We are yip yapping.
Yep.
Yep.
See, these yip noises are not only mine. I only put 2 of mine into the folder. So there is, let me see. Yip noises. There is 20 different yip noises currently. It's I made 2, and a few of my viewers made a bunch of them as well. Yeah. You can donate yip sounds on Discord. So on my Discord, up there you will see. I'm not blocking too much, but you can see there's yip noises here. Over here is like a bunch of people just send a bunch of like yip noises. Yeah. Of course, I have this one, and then I added, I believe I have 2 or 3, I don't remember. And then you have the car, and then a bunch of other people donated the yip noises as well. So yeah, you can have your own yip noises here, and then just post it here, and then I'll put it into this folder right here. So this folder is what StreamerBot will take the information from. StreamerBot will take... where is it? Here. So it will play either one of these. Yeah, it will play either one of these on the StreamerBot thing. Yeah. Donate your yip to the cause today. Do it. StreamerBot user, it's a lot easier to understand than I initially thought. So there you go. StreamerBot is pretty cool. So there you go. That's how the yip noises procedure. I sent the yip and the yip. You can have all kinds of yip. See, the thing is, you don't necessarily need to be yip noises. There's also a bunch of other noises, like caw being one of them. Literal caw. Bird noises works. It counts. There's like, ooh, shiny that I did. If you think that's cobalt worthy, feel free. Go have fun. Make the yip noises that you want to make. I program in C# constantly to have fun in StreamerBot. I learned how to send embeds on Discord with it, and you can do any kind of HTTP or web request with it because of the C# integration. Oh, I never really know how to code in C#, so I just use like the core thing in StreamerBot. Those are way easier to understand. I'm gonna make a yippee. Yeah, do it. Wow. Yeah, I'm ready to rate. Let me type the rate to Daz real quick. Under the fellow bubble. Okay. If you use C# as well, there's so much more you can do, and so much more flexibility and everything. Stinky, you're stinky. Hi, Jay. Oh, Jay. Bye, Jade. I'm sorry, Jade. No. It's okay. If you only can watch the VOD. I fought against the Gabriel. I fought against Gabriel the second? Or what's the name? Hatred something? And I won. And I got like 13p, I think. Yeah, I'm going for P rank this stream, so it was fun. Thanks to the stream, it was fun. Thank you. Thank you as well. You can do everything, even the things you might think are impossible. Ooh, power coding, huh? Oh, thanks for the pet. We should get Just Dance. My Switch has Just Dance. I have Just Dance. Gabriel the a post state of hate. Yeah, sounds about I was about to say sounds about right. So before I go the trip, I will have a little I will do a little stream on Wednesday before I go for my little trip now. Just Dance stream when you missed it a few years back, or I think it was 2 years ago. Was it? I don't remember when, but on a Christmas day, I did a Just Dance stream with suit on. Just Dance, or we like to call it Cardiac Arrest Simulator. Oh goodness. Wowee, cardiac arrest, huh? I think that's about it now. I'm gonna go get dinner, and I'll make sure to prepare well for the trip I have on Thursday before I have the stream on Wednesday lah. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right, know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Thank you. Very valuable. Alright, love y'all. Here comes the raid to another fellow bubble. Dasiras. Boop. Go get dinner, cute Kobo. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm gonna go get dinner. Have good noms. Thank you. I'm gonna have good noms. I'm hungry. Oh, I mean, I always wait for the timer to go down now. Oh, thank you, Lex. That's a rate message if you want. There's also like a non-subbed rate message if you want. But yeah, we are raiding all of the shinies. Beep. There it is. I've embraced name change. All them shinies. And Kobo must get shiny. I don't know why the shadow doesn't work anymore. I might have to look into it. It's weird. But yeah, we're going to the channel. We raided here. This works? And then let me copy the raid message again. Yeah, I'll see you guys on Wednesday night. Okay, be safe everyone. Love y'all. Smooches and kisses. Alright, bye bye.
Yep, yep.
Yep.